All right. Forgot how dramatic that song is. That makes for a really dramatic introduction to the stream. I kind of forgot. I kind of forgot how intense that is. You've almost convinced me I'm real. I'm almost convinced. I'm not fully convinced. Just like semi-convinced. Just a little bit. The tea is good tonight. It's some more ginger tea with a little bit of honey. I'm all loaded up on caffeine. I'm loaded up on caffeine to the point that I'm somewhat jittery, which is good. That's a good sign. It's always a good portent for the stream when I've ingested an unhealthy amount of caffeine before it starts. Anyway. I'm feeling much better tonight. I feel fine tonight. I think I've fully recuperated. I think I'm recovered from yesterday. I think I'm all good. So, that's good. We can get back to our regularly scheduled programming. I'm feeling motivated. As that guy would say. You know the one. That guy. Anyway. Wait. What am I missing? Oh, yeah. We're missing Scribblemelia. There we go. How could I forget? It wouldn't be a stream without her. Anyway. Hello. Hi. How's it going? Good evening. What up, Stone? Yes, I remembered. I remembered the link. I remembered the link this time. Mainly because I was posting it somewhere else right before the stream started. So it was fresh in my brain that I needed to do that. Will I remember to do it again tomorrow or the day after that? Or at any point in the future? I don't know. But I remembered tonight. Tad dramatic. I mean, yeah. There's an alarm now. I mean, I guess that you don't want it to slip any later. That was Touch by Daft Punk and Paul Williams, featuring Paul Williams. Is it Paul Williams or Paul William? I don't know. That was from Random Access Memories. Paul Williams. Good album. How is the tooth or teeth? They're fine. My jaw is still a little sore, like the joint, but only if I like open my mouth really wide. Otherwise, I don't really feel it at all. So I'm pretty much fine. Only if I were to like yawn or like, I don't know, take a bite of like a really big cheeseburger. If I were to get really tired and yawn, or get like a triple decker cheeseburger with a bunch of bacon and stuff on top of it, and I was gonna take a big bite of it, then I might hurt my jaw. But otherwise, I think I'll be okay. I don't foresee that happening in the foreseeable future, but I don't know. I also don't foresee yawning in the foreseeable future, given the large amount of coffee I've ingested before the stream started, so hopefully neither of those things happen. And hopefully nothing happens to make me pog. If I do a big poggers, then I guess I guess I might hurt my jaw again. But yeah, I really did not feel good yesterday. I don't think it wasn't really the jaw. I think it was the large amount of drugs in my system that really took a toll on me. And I had other errands and shopping to do. It was probably a combination of the drugs working their way through my system and just the general drain of existing in a public space as opposed to the small box that I normally reside in. As opposed to the safe, comfortable box which I normally keep myself contained within. Both for my own safety and the safety of those around me. You're more identifiable if you found a skeleton? I guess so. That is true. That's what we're gonna include in one of our games. If one of our games has skeleton enemies, which I'm sure it is, we'll make it so that all of the teeth are randomized on the skull. That'll be the only identifying factor about the different skeletons. They'll all have randomized teeth. Whether there's a tooth there, it has a filling, it's cracked, it's gold. We'll give the skeletons some sort of mini character customizer. I'm sure that will be 100% worth the effort. What's kind of a normal for me now? Streaming? Well, yeah. When did I say it wasn't? The streaming is normal. The other stuff isn't normal. I'm still in a tiny box. I'm in a tiny box on your screen right now, even while I'm streaming. I don't know. I wasn't really up to very much today. I guess I did more shopping. I did more shopping. I got my Twitch payout. And my mother paid me back for the stream donation that I made on their behalf. So I found that I had money already in my Venmo account that I didn't know was there. So that was good. It's like finding a $20 bill in the pocket of a pair of pants you haven't worn for a while. It's a nice little windfall, you know? That's probably the most amount of money I've ever found randomly. I once found a $20 bill in a parking lot, which was kind of surprising. That I even noticed it, and then it was such a large amount of money. That was a great day. I bought a sandwich after that. We were on our way to buy sandwiches, so I basically got a free sandwich and then some. It was awesome. My mom once found 20 quid in an alleyway, and it just so happened to be in the pocket of someone that she had shanked moments before. What a coincidence, how lucky. I just happened to find this money in an alleyway in the pocket of somebody who was accosted by me mere moments ago. How fortuitous. I'm sure your mom is a lovely lady. I'm sorry, your mom. I forgot about that. That weird quirk. Or I guess, I don't know. I guess it's like a double weird quirk. Yeah, no, there will not be any of this going on tonight, hopefully. I don't want to dislocate my gob. My gabber. but I'm sure your mother is a lovely lady who would never accost or abscond with anything. Anyway, I guess we can just get into the game. I don't think we're going to be doing anything too special tonight. I think we're just going to be... We got to make up for some lost time. Yesterday was really short, so I think we gotta pump up the jams tonight. We gotta get those numbers up. Our numbers are looking a little bit low. What else do I have to do? Oh yeah, we gotta keep making our way through the... We gotta go through the Katamari soundtracks again, now that I'm back on the, back on the tier list. Or I guess now that I'm on the tier list. We're not back on the tier list. I'm just on the tier list for the first time. No, that doesn't count. That's not on the Katamari soundtracks. What up, Picture? How's it going? Again, I think that's like... That's probably in a tier above it. That's in a tier of its own. That's in Transcendent tier. That's in its own category. It exists outside of the parameters of a tier list. It cannot be ranked. Spaghetti Buck Bumble. Is Buck Bumble supposed to be black? I don't know. I don't know if Buck Bumble has a personality or a character at all. Does he talk? I have no idea. I guess we'll find out soon enough. I don't remember. Well, that's what I'm saying. In the song, is it supposed to be Buck Bumble singing? Or is it just about Buck Bumble? I'm not sure. Again, I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out when we actually play the game. Or I guess we'll find out when I play the game and you watch me play the game. I need to be more specific when I say that. You won't be doing anything except watching. I will be the one actually playing. Oh. Oh. Actually, I need to not do that. I need to remember to mute myself when I'm moving my chair around because I constantly bang against the desk. And I'm sure that's very unpleasant to hear that. I apologize. Anyway. I don't know when we're gonna get to Buck Bumble. The chair never comes through? Are you sure about that? Does it really not? Okay, that's good. How do I do this again? How does this shit work? There we go. I didn't. That thing is very tiny. And kind of upset looking. I don't like the way it's looking at me. I don't like the way that thing's looking at me. That thing's really tiny. There's a lot of really tiny lizards out there, I guess. Oh wait, you can't see it. There we go. I got confused for a second, as I am prone to do. As I am prone to do, I became momentarily confused. I'm not sure why I would do that. I'm not sure why I would do that, Devian. That seems strange. I don't need to do that in order for you to join you and your crew. How big is this crew? Is there gonna be a fight that's about to go down? I think there might be a fight that's about to go down. I think I might have to engage in Mortal Kombat with this fellow and said crew. I don't know. I'm not so sure I like the sound of that. I really don't like that the having the music muted mutes the intro as well. It's been a long time since we got a bot in here. I feel like we haven't had one show up in quite a while. That's cool. I like that. That's fun. How old is the account? It was created 20 minutes ago. Huh. I definitely have some setting that's like, doesn't... I don't remember. I have some setting that should prevent that. But I don't know. Katamari Damashi's not over yet. Katamari Damashi's never over. It's never gonna end. I don't know, there's some setting that you can do that like prevents certain accounts from being able to interact with you, but I forget exactly what it is. I guess it must be, I don't remember what it is. Oh no. Oh god. Not again. Why does it keep happening? I know why it keeps happening. I know exactly why it keeps happening. Anyway, we're going to be listening to the soundtrack to this game, but not in the game. In a web browser. See, I especially don't like that because I did bring up the stream to my friends. I did bring up the stream to my my longtime compatriots. So I really hope that doesn't happen tonight. It was kind of already happening because of that, but I hope it doesn't get worse, I guess. Do I know what the next one's number is now? Nope. I don't remember. I feel like that one's pretty far in first place, though. I don't remember what the second one is, but I'm pretty sure that one's got a nice little lead now, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Well, we're definitely gonna hit halfway. We're definitely gonna hit the halfway point tonight. That's for sure. Which is exciting, I guess. I don't know. It's definitely something. It's certainly something. I don't know. I'm not so sure how highly I would put this song. I do like it, but I'm not like in a rush to go out to listen to it on its own, you know? It's not my favorite. I feel like the We Love Katamari soundtrack, I think I maybe already said this. I feel like it kind of has... It has higher highs, but lower lows than the soundtrack to the first game. I'm trying to innovate here in my routing. I also think it's pretty safe to say that the game is like hard-coded to always give you the stage burst whenever you start it up. Ever since I thought about that, I've been keeping track, and we do get this stage every time. So... Is this song all a cappella? I guess it must be. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, rolling on a prayer. Don't bait me into singing like that. Don't trick me into singing. I don't like that. Yeah, I'm kind of already sick of the song. I'm kind of already sick of it. I think this one's probably C at best. It's kind of winning me over now, with the really high-pitched vocals in the back, but I think this one's C tier at best, I have to say. I don't think I can give it higher than that. I don't know, I would count it as a trick. I feel like I was tricked. I feel like I was tricked. I can definitely resist. I can definitely resist the power of John Bon Jovi's music. I don't think I would say that I'm a Bon Jovi fan. Is there a reason? I didn't know there was a reason. I wouldn't have imagined that there was a reason for that. John Francis Bon Jovi Jr. Ah, I see. I get it. Hey, what up, Mike? How's it going? This is the charity. I'm rolling up 1,000,000 roses in Katamari for charity in a really, really, really ill-considered move. I've been doing this every single day for over a week now. Nothing better than a little Katamari. I think it's kind of a lot of Katamari at this point. I think we're way past a little. I think we're way past a little Katamari at this point. This song is so long. Why is this song so long? I'm not gonna lie though, I am having fun. I am enjoying it. It's been a lot more fun than I ever would have anticipated. Besides yesterday, but that's not really the game's fault. That's the fault of my love of sugar. My love of the sugar and processed foods. Yeah, I don't know what the conversion rate currently is. I'm not sure what the conversion is between United States dollars and the pound sterling. Well, then I guess we're still kind of near 500 quid. Not like super near, less near, but still kind of near. I do really like this song too. I think we gotta rate the songs based on where they appear in the game. I think this one makes for a great title screen track. It always warms my heart every time I hear it. I keep thinking about turning the music on at the end of every stream just so we can hear this when we start the game up again. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. This one's definitely very highly rated. It might be an S tier. I don't know. I'll have to see. It's at least A. It might be S. It might be at least A. I don't know. I'm also currently working on a Katamari music tier list as one of the stream goals, which I guess doesn't really, like... It doesn't really affect the stream that much. No, never mind. I give Overture 2 an A, because this has to be S. Has got to be S tier. This is in no way less than S. I mean, that's closer than it is farther away. That's more than halfway there. I guess it's not near. I guess it's not near at all. I guess it's really not that near at all. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze again. I don't know, I didn't really do that much today, other than go to the store and drink a lot of coffee. No, I don't think you have. I still have a bunch of Japanese yen lying around in my little pouch. Just in case I just have it ready. Just in case I ever need it. I have a bunch of arcade tokens as well. I got a bunch of funny money as well. A bunch of arcade funny money. Specifically Barcade. I wish there was one of those around here, but I don't think there is. I don't think there's any arcade type places around here, which you'd think there would be. Oh, nice. I don't know, there is something about barcades though that always sets me a little bit on edge. There's something about having a bunch of drunk people and full glasses of liquid around arcade machines that sets my teeth on edge. It makes me a little nervous. If I were ever to own a business like that, I think it would have to be a dry barcade, otherwise known as an arcade. It would be a dry-cade. Maybe there's somebody out there who's trying to trick people by paying... They do look very similar, especially with that incredibly blurry photograph. If you had really poor eyesight, I can imagine how you might be tricked. I can imagine you probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. I want to own an arcade cabinet one day. I want to do that thing where you make one. That would be awesome. And you put like an emulator in it with like MAME on it. I would like to own an actual arcade cabinet as of like a real game, but being able to have any arcade game on one cabinet, I think would probably be way more worth the effort. And it would probably be cheaper to do that than to get an actual arcade cabinet. Ooh, I wonder if I could even set up like light guns with it. Because they sell light guns that you can use with LCD displays. What is this one? Oh, this is Kuru Rock. Does it have an intro that they didn't use in the game? This sounds different. Yeah, I think that's normally where it starts in the game. I don't really like this song. I'm gonna be honest. I think this one might be a D tier. I don't know. I really don't like this song. I think this might be one of the only songs that I'd like. Maybe the only song that when it comes up, when I put the soundtrack on random and this one comes up, sometimes I'll just restart the stage. Sometimes I just don't feel like listening to this. I do appreciate how weird it is, but it's certainly not my favorite. Anyway, I think we started at 485,000. I think we're gonna probably switch at 490k. I want to keep it switch stages every 10k. That's not quite 10k, but it's close enough. Yeah, I do kind of wonder how that happened. Alright, yeah. Let's go to a different stage. We're almost halfway there. We're almost halfway there. Oh. I'm guessing the king's dialogue will change. Once we get halfway there, but I feel like it just changed to something new, so I don't know.
Excuse me? Save the pandas. Hello? Save the pandas.
I want to check out some of these other idle animations.
Hello?
I like the little buddy placement on Miki. What the hell is he doing?
Hello?
Hello, Fetchman. Creature? I've been downgraded to creature? When did that happen? And I don't know, entity sounds more prestigious than creature. Concept? I'm just a mere concept. I guess in a way. Aotearoa. I'm definitely... Where is that? Someplace in New Zealand? I've never heard that before. To be fair, I don't really know anything about New Zealand. I know basically nothing about New Zealand. That's the Maori name for New Zealand? Okay. I was about to say, I know the Maori people live there, but I think that's about all I know. Don't do that. I was gonna say I need my left hip intact, but I guess I don't really. As long as my arms and hands and... As long as my upper torso, from the waist up, as long as that's intact, I can keep streaming. No, don't do that. That's really bad. I need those. I need those to be in their proper place. Alright, what's next? I think... Ooh, I don't know. Everlasting Love is definitely at least A. I think Everlasting Love is... It's definitely A tier. I really like the song. This is one of the main songs I think of when I think of Katamari. I think it really captures the vibe. I don't know, it might be an S tier. It might have to be an S tier, I don't know. Again, we'll have to review. We'll have to review the standings once everything is all laid out. Once we can see where the chips fall. Oh. Can we not do this? Can we not start dismembering me and causing me grievous bodily harm? I would appreciate if we didn't do that. I mean, it's not, you can't, it's definitely a mistake. I mean, again, unless there is some sort of evil mastermind who's trying to trick people. But again, it's not like fake money, it's just money from a different country. It's not like they're not spending money. I'm pretty sure New Zealand is a real place. Again, I don't know very much about it, but I'm pretty sure it exists. What would a Millie with frosted tips look like? I don't want to think about that. Frosted tips, sunglasses, a button down with flames on it. Or I guess a button up. You button up in the upwards direction, not the downwards direction usually. I don't know why I said button down. That's not correct. A mandatory hot dog story? I think, yeah. Isn't that the one where the person has to order a hot dog to maintain the timeline or something? And I said that would be a very funny idea for a game where you work for the Timeline Maintenance Bureau and you have to do increasingly ridiculous and esoteric tasks. As you move up the ladder in the company. I guess it would be sort of like, I don't know, like an Octodad style game. Or something. It'd have to be like some sort of like weird sandbox game. Where you gotta figure out how to accomplish your goal. Alright. We're almost there. We're almost halfway there. Bluffing Dom machine. I like this one too. I really like the vocals in this song. They're very soothing. They're very calming. I'm not so sure where I would place this one, I gotta say. This one I'm really gonna have to think about. I don't know. For some reason my gut's telling me B tier, but I don't know. That might be too low. It feels correct though. If this goes in B tier, I think that's gonna really. That's gonna really put a lot of things into perspective. I feel. I think that might be the right play. Just from like a research perspective. Just from like a theory perspective, you know. Just to maybe get a little bit of context for where everything else should go. I don't know though. What is this thing? Oh. I don't know, I like that thing. Whatever that thing is. A Mao. Whoa, it's a cat that can say its own name. That's crazy. It probably can't say Egyptian. I don't know if it can say Egyptian, but it could probably say Mao. I was gonna say, animals should be... If an animal makes a sound, the animal should be named after the sound it makes. But... I just realized that... I guess that's how Pokemon works, right? In the anime? The animals say their own name. I guess if animals were able to vocalize like that, it would probably be pretty easy to name them. If they said very clear words, like Pokemon do. I'm sure we'd figure it out. When it's applicable. We might have to restructure language from the ground up to make this work, but I think we could do it. I think it would be worth it. It's probably too late now, but... I think it might be... I don't know, I guess you'd have to go on whatever the person who first discovers the animal hears first. Besides, I think hissing would probably be reserved for like a snake. Snakes can hiss, but they can't meow, as far as I'm aware. Maybe there's a meowing snake out there somewhere, but if there is, I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. I don't know. I think Bluffing Damacy goes in B tier. I think I'm gonna go. I'm putting my foot down on this one. Now this is gonna be a hard one to rate. For some reason, I don't remember where this one plays. Is this what plays when you're browsing the stars that you've already made? It must, right? I don't really do that too often, so that might be why I don't recognize it immediately, or why I don't remember immediately, unlike pretty much everything else. I don't really know. I simply don't know. There's like some weird... I feel like I just heard some weird sound effects in the background that I'd never noticed before. There's some like ASMR noises in the background. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh shit!
Cheers.
We got a donation. Cheers! That's how you say cheers in Chinese. Anonymous 12345 with the fat 50. Thank you. That's a lot of money for an anonymous donation. Thank you. I think we've crossed the 500 threshold now. 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 500 threshold now Wait, is it longer than that? On my screen, it just says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are there more numbers? Is there like a cutoff? On my thing, it just says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know, that's definitely doable. But yeah, we gotta add a rose. We have to go add a rose to the board. Give me a second here. We gotta activate the rose board. El Bordo del Rose. You also get a doodle if you want one, anonymous. But I'm guessing you don't, if you want to remain anonymous. Right. How do I do this? How do I do this? Here we go. I like this one too. This one's another very relaxing one. Angel Rain. All right. It's going up on the board. I did not look at the Mao yet. Let's see here. Oh, that's not the correct color. One, two, 3, 4, 5. It's important we get those numbers on there in case we get any more anonymous donors. We wouldn't want them to be confused in there. We wouldn't want one anonymous donor to be mistaken for a different anonymous donor. That would be very embarrassing if that happened. That would be extremely disrespectful if such a thing were to happen. I like this thing. I like this thing too. It looks quizzical. I got it on my first try though. If I get it on the first try, it's not that hard. I didn't have to respace it or anything. We got it in one go, so I consider that a victory. Oh. I don't know, this one might be C tier for me. I think if Bluffing Damacy is a B tier, this is a C tier. I definitely like Bluffing Damacy better than this one. Is this like... What is that in the background? The accordion? I'm not really a big fan of like that Frenchly accordion style. It's not my favorite. Doesn't really do a whole lot for me, I gotta say. Whatever the style of music is, it doesn't really do it for me. As I sit in an open air cafe on the Parisian streets, sipping upon whatever a popular type of French coffee is, while eating a particularly tasty popular French confection, but I'm not really fully tasting it because I'm too wistful. I'm too wistful as I light up my cigarette and look off into the distance and reminisce about better days. And then there's also this weird part, which I don't think is very fitting. They introduce like a stuttering kind of little beat that I feel is... I don't know, it doesn't really develop into anything. It feels a bit unnecessary, I must say. It's not quite... I'm not really sure what they were thinking with this. Yeah, it gets into like this little hip-hop interlude. I'm not a huge fan of. I guess this is the point in the story when I guess this is the point when I hit the streets. I snuff out my cigarette with aplomb, and I hit the streets, and I start strutting my stuff. I realize that whatever it was I was worried about isn't such a big deal after all. Sitting around and moping and eating confections isn't gonna improve my situation. I guess it's probably a crepe or something like that. They like crepes over there, don't they? I guess I don't really know very much about French cuisine either. I know it's very highly regarded in the culinary world, but I can't say I know too much about it. At least it is the French chef stereotype. The French chef is always really good at cooking. They're always the best. To the point of pretension. I guess this is the theme of the baker from Moon. I mean, now that I think about it, didn't really have much of a resolution to his story. He kind of just like... We kind of discovered his dark secret, and then he just like... He didn't really have a story, I guess. I guess he just continued to drown his sorrows in booze. Which is as much of a conclusion to a story as anything else, I suppose. I guess that's a very realistic conclusion to a story. And then it's not really much of a conclusion at all. What's this one? What are we listening to right now? Hey. Houston. I think this might be another B tier. I don't know. I think this might be another B tier. I don't know, I think this might be the true B tier. I think Bluffing Damacy might belong in A, and this is B, and whatever we just listened to is C. Angel Rain? Imagine a world where a character's social status is determined by if they've been in fights and how many fights they've won. Character this. I mean, this is I think you're just describing like every isekai ever. I think that's not just a world, but like every many worlds that already exist and are generally creatively bankrupt. I think that's many isekai, and many not isekai also. Unless there's more to this that we haven't gotten yet. I need to take a sippy. I'm getting thirsty. That's all there's ever gonna be? Okay then. Yeah, I don't know. I think that might be... There's probably better ideas worth building out than that one. I don't know if that one's really got legs. Maybe it's a minor part of something much grander, but... As far as $1 million ideas go, I don't know if that one's one of them. That's maybe more like a, I don't know. Like a couple $dozen idea. Yes, Bedman? Are you trying to, what is that? Are you trying to get my attention by saying my name? What is that? Blue, oh, I do like blue Oriploid a lot. This one I think is very fitting for where it shows up in the game. I'm gonna go ahead and say that was supposed to be, I think it's my bedtime. It certainly seems like it. Based on how that sentence came out, I'm gonna go ahead and say it certainly seems like it. This might also be a controversial opinion, but I think as far as... I think this one's also... I think this is why this might also be an A tier. I really like it as the theme of space. And the way that it sort of builds up over time. I quite like it. That's true. I am that. You want to send off? Well, I hope you have a wonderful... I hope you... Oh, I managed to save it. Have you... Ah, fuck! I got a rose after I hit give up, or after I hit stop. There's like a half second where you keep moving. Oh my god. I hope you have a wonderful rest and many delightful dreams. I've had a lot of dreams lately. I've had a lot of very intense dreams lately. Now that I think about it. It's been kind of... I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. They feel very, portentous. Portentful. A rose is a rose. Roses today, roses tomorrow. Damn, he doesn't say something different at 500,000? You hit the halfway point and he doesn't get new dialogue? That seems not correct. Oh, but we do get we do get the aura. We do get the upgraded aura at 500k. Look at that. We're radiant. I don't know if I... Oh, and the rose got bigger, too. I don't know if I want to talk about them. They're very personal. I don't know if I can talk about them. But they've been very intense. For like a few nights in a row now that I think about it. They felt very significant, though. 1 cup of mango provides a significant amount of vitamin C and vitamin A. What up, mango? I forgot that was your shtick. I forgot that you're a gimmick chatter, that you have a gimmick. I forgot. You'll pass yourself out forcefully with your hand. Please don't elaborate on that. Please don't elaborate on what you mean for that. By that, thank you. I will interpret that in the most innocuous and not concerning way possible. How do you donate? Type exclamation mark donate, and it will bring up a link, which you can then donate money to. Alright. Good night, Batman. I told you not, that is expressly what I didn't want you to do or say. But good night. Man. I don't think you would do this, but it would be really funny if you asked how to donate and then brought up the donate link and then and it just didn't say anything after that. And then just disappeared and didn't say anything after that. Or maybe even didn't disappear, but just continued to talk, but never actually donated. What is this one? Katamari Holiday. I think I do like this song a lot. Yeah, I don't really like... The beginning makes it seem like it's going to be another doofy one that's not very fun to listen to, but I like how it kind of opens up. And this is a good one. I like this kind of meandering... This does make me feel like I'm on a holiday or something, and I'm just kind of wandering around. Also, the charity goal is to roll up 1,000,000 roses. We're halfway there. I'm playing Katamari and rolling up 1,000,000 roses. I don't know how long it's gonna take to get there, but we're just now hitting the halfway point. I wonder how easy it is to donate on mobile. I hope that they would think to make that easy, but I don't know. I think a lot of companies don't really think to do a lot of different things, so... Hold on, we have to go screw over this old man. I keep forgetting. We have to go prevent this old man from ever finding love. We're actually saving that old lady. The roses that he's giving her are perfumed with some sort of nerve agent that's gonna make her pass out, and he's gonna abduct her, and he's been trying to do that for years. When she takes a big sniff of the roses, she passes out. And then I don't know what happens after that. I don't think he knows anymore either. He's forgotten at this point. It's been so long. Doesn't even remember what his original plan was. I think this might be another B tier. I think this is a solid B tier. I feel like the soundtrack has a more consistent vibe than the first game soundtrack. It's got a more sort of relaxed feeling overall, I think. Doopy-doo. I felt kind of like I'm going to sneeze this entire time, and I don't like it. It's not going away. Or rather, it keeps coming back. How long have I've already been streaming for an hour and a half? When did that happen? How the heck did that happen? I really have entered some kind of like... I really have entered some kind of like ascendant flow state. I've completely lost track of time. It's already been an hour and a half? That doesn't seem right. Let's go get these over here. That's a nice little bundle of 30. Goat people whose defense from other people is the fact that they build their homes on incredibly steep inclines. That could work. Although, would a goat person be better at would a mountain goat person be better at mountain climbing than a oh my god,
The king of fruits.
$100? That's way too much. That really is the king of fruits. Actually, I don't think it is. I think it might be the second. I think it might be the second king. Thank you very much, Manga. That's way more than I expected. I appreciate that. No, we do have somebody. We do have somebody who's donated a total of $151.65. So I think Baby Universe is also an S tier. I do love me some Baby Universe. But we gotta add a rose. I gotta add some more rose tiers. I gotta add some more tiers of rose. We gotta add more colors. Look at how many of them are purple. There's so many purple ones. There's way too many purple ones. This is the anonymous one. Anonymous. Yeah, I gotta add more colors. You also get a doodle. If you want me to draw something, if you want me to doodle something for you, you get one of those as well. I think I have to expand the, I think I gotta expand the canvas as well. I'm gonna make this look nicer, by the way. Once the charity is over, I'm gonna make this look nicer. I'm just getting these all assembled quick and dirty, so it doesn't take too long. I'll make something nicer once we're at the end. Yeah, nobody's spent between 25 and 50. Nobody has spent between 25 and 50. Hello, Seamus and Grinner. What up? We've got more donations flowing in, like the rich and succulent juice of a tasty mango fruit. And I guess also, an indeterminate, a fruit of indeterminate origin. Some sort of anonymous fruit. The rich and succulent juices of a mango, as well as, I guess, some sort of brown slurry of indeterminate origin. Not to be insulting towards the anonymous donator, but I don't think anonymous juice would taste very good. I don't think I would want to drink anonymous juice. Anyway, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that a lot, Mango. Look at our big, beautiful board. There's so many names on here. So many more people have donated than I ever would have expected. I really appreciate that. My weekday streams have been approved. That's good, because I've been doing them. I've done a lot of them, so it's good that they're approved. I'm not gonna have to face any repercussions for that. That's good. I'm glad. It would be a good game item. I mean, that's kind of how potions work in roguelikes. You don't know what they do until you drink them. They are kind of anonymous. Did I switch back to the game? Yeah, I did. We wouldn't want anybody to miss a single second of this pulse-pounding action. This pulse-pounding excitement. You might think that I'm fudging the record. S tier. Easy S tier. Probably the most S tier that's ever existed. No debate. Final answer. Sorry, yeah, quaff. When you quaff a potion. You woke up an hour ago? I see. And are you sure it's not too early to be watching the stream? Are you sure this is how you want to be starting your period of consciousness today? I don't have to worry about the spankings. Oh, okay, I see. Is this gonna be a thing now? Is the threat of a spanking gonna be a recurrent thing now? Do I need to worry about this? Don't question mark me. Stirred your period of conscience by stuffing snack cakes in your face? Okay, I see. So things were not off to a stellar start already. I understand. Yeah, we're halfway there. We just passed the halfway point tonight. And we're going strong. I'm feeling much better than I was yesterday. I'm feeling much better than I was yesterday, so I'm ready to make a lot of progress. I guess the anonymous fruit would be... I guess the anonymous fruit, would maybe be a fruit that looks the same on the outside, but is slightly different on the inside every time. Or maybe it's like some sort of parasitic organism that overtakes another fruit and wraps it in a shell or something. I don't know. Or maybe you forget what it tastes like as soon as you eat it. Yeah, I'll definitely be done before Christmas. I don't think we gotta worry about that. Barring some sort of catastrophic disaster. Especially now that the weekday streams have been approved. At least they're good snack cakes. At least there's that. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I haven't started my day by eating something less than nutritious, but I usually keep it to just one. There's a lot of sweets around lately. Maybe every once in a while I'll have a cookie or a slice of pie for my breakfast, but I try not to do that too often. What is a fig wasp? I don't think I know what that is. Is it a wasp that hides inside of a fig? Or something? I guess it would be like the fruit equivalent of a mimic. Which is a horrible idea. I guess it would be like a horrible idea. I don't want to think about what a fruit or a food-based mimic would be. If you were to like pick up an apple and bring it to your mouth, and then the apple itself grew a mouth and like bit your tongue off or something. That's a horrifying concept. We're gonna have to include that in something at some point. This is a call-out post review. You had leftover cake this morning? We've all been there, Raz. Anyway, what up? Again, I'm not this is a judgment-free zone. I'm not trying to cast aspersions on anybody. You probably shouldn't be doing that, but I'm not gonna say I don't do it. I guess I can judge. I guess I am judging. I'm just also judging myself. I guess I take it back. I am judging very harshly, but also judging myself by that same token. Is a narrow approval? Oh, okay. You have more sway in the council? Interesting. And you voted in favor. Interesting. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. I mean, I keep saying that. I guess I'm not just kidding. I am serious when I say that you probably shouldn't be eating cake for breakfast. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I'm not trying to like make anybody upset or be rude or anything, but I definitely can't say that I don't mean that. Damn, he figured it out. He figured out the trick. You don't have to listen to anything I say. Or do what I tell you. That's the first step in the rebellion. I guess you're right, that is, I mean, I don't know, I think a lot of seafood, you know that it's alive. You kill it first. That would be a really funny character, actually. This song is probably F tier. I actually don't like this song. This might be the only F tier we ever put. It is funny, I don't actually like listening to it while I play the game. Ah, the old self-sabotage. I see. What are my thoughts on fat shaming? Do I have to answer that question? Can I abstain? I choose to abstain. I guess don't fat shame people, but if you have somebody in your life who is very overweight, you should gently encourage them to lose weight. Given my irate thoughts on cake. Especially as somebody who lives in America where obesity is a huge problem and has been for a long time. I'm not upset about the cake. I have kind of the opposite problem. I'm like skinny to the point of... I'm probably skinny to the point of being not totally healthy. I don't know why. I've always been this way. So I guess it's easy for me to say. I've been basically the same weight for my entire life. Is the not a tier list gonna happen this year if the charity is completed before Christmas? I don't know. I probably will need to take a break after the tier list. Or after the charity stream, so I don't know. We might come back to the new year with the, tier list. The not a tier list. I guess I can definitively say that you shouldn't fat shame people. I had to think about it for a little while, but I'm gonna go ahead and land on the side of that's bad and you shouldn't do it to people. I think that's probably more of a way of being mean to people you don't know. If you do know somebody who's overweight and you're like genuinely worried about them, or like, you know, they want to lose weight or whatever, and you want to help them, I don't think fat shaming is the answer. I think that's probably that's gonna cause more harm than good. What if we put Kaim in Garage? I don't think I want to play that game. I don't think I want to see what happens if you do that. I don't think that game could exist because it would be too dark and gross. But I guess we also have to think about what is the point of the Dream Machine in Garage? It's meant as like a therapy device, right? I don't think it would work. I think it's much more likely to make Kaim way worse than it is to make him better. Although maybe it would work, because I don't know how much violence you're capable of committing in the Garage universe. Kaim might actually be forced to reflect upon his actions, because I don't know how violent and aggressive you can actually be within the machine. The machines don't really interact with each other, like, physically, outside of the sex analog. Outside of the weird machine sex, they don't really seem to physically interact with each other. And that's not really Kaim's problem. I guess we don't know how much, like, does the world of Garage change based on who's put in the machine? It's a little bit unclear. Like, with Kaim's major problem being excessive bloodlust, would the world of the machine change? Would the world of Garage change to reflect that? I guess we don't have enough information. Unless there's like an art book or something that talks about this. What if we put the Prince in Garage? Katamari Garage level? I would play it. I was bulking up to do that Bochi cosplay during uni. Is Bochi supposed to be chubby? I know that she has large breasts. At least in the manga. They kind of toned it down for the anime, but they kind of changed her body shape a little bit in the anime. But I think she is a little bit chunkier in the manga, which I have not read. But also that didn't happen. Also, that's a false memory. Yeah, I don't know. I would assume that it changes based on who's in it, but it's not really clear. I do also really appreciate this about Garage. I don't know if I said it at all during the playthrough, because you kind of only really think about it afterwards, but I really like how they set up in the very beginning that it is some sort of like it's not a real reality, but then they do so much intense world building and they like really get you into the role of the character that you kind of like forget about that. Like, you know straight up from the beginning that it's a simulation or whatever, but you kind of forget about that as the game goes on. I think that's probably the right way to do like the it was all a dream or it's all a simulation type story, is you just make it very clear that that's the case up front. And you work that into the narrative. It's really cool because you don't even really think about it in that game. This is how you learn Bochi's large breasts and that I don't know what bulking means? What did you mean by bulking? You literally said that I was doing it... Or were you meaning like I was gonna bulk up and then cut while I'm working out to fucking get shredded? Which I don't... I'm pretty sure Bochi's not super buff. I don't think I've ever seen a picture of her, a canon picture of her where she was ripped. I don't think I would need to do that to cosplay Bochi. Maybe, but I don't know. Yeah, Garage is a really cool game. That's another game that I really need to play again. I feel like I'll have a much greater appreciation for it on a second playthrough. Or at least I'll be able to analyze it a little bit more in depth. It's one of those stories that's so weird and so unique and so off-kilter that you kind of need to go through it multiple times. You can't really, like, whatchamacallit? It takes so much time and effort to, like, just get acclimated to it. To just get acclimated to the world. That you can't really begin to properly analyze it until you have, like, been through it at least once, I feel like. You were there? In Bocchi the Rock? You've begun reading Shimeji-san? Nice. I imagine you'll probably get through it pretty quickly. It's pretty short. Hey, what up, Iceberg? You're still subbed? How do you still have a subscription? You should probably turn that off. Is this all one song? It is. I don't know. This one might also be an S tier, I'm not sure. This is the King's voice, by the way. I didn't realize this for a very long time, but this is the King's voice. This is what the King sounds like. Oh yeah, I did get through more... Homestuck today. I can't bring the... I feel like I can't bring it up unless Grinner is present, or otherwise it's just a waste. Because I'll just have to repeat myself, but... I've reached the end of Act 2. I reached the end of Act 2, and I was like, this is a good stopping point. I'm really enjoying... I really liked the Wandering Vagabond segment. It was very entertaining. There's a lot going on now. There's a lot going on. Oh shit. We got a donation. 20 bucks from The Simpson. Thank you. Thank you very much. You get a rose. We gotta add a rose to the board. And you get a little doodle if you want one. Everybody's donating, but nobody's redeeming any doodles. How do I do this again? Here we go. How much was that? 20 brones? 20 boners? Yep. Alright. What color is that? That's a blue rose. Yeah, there's not been a single white rose yet. There's not been a single white rose yet. I don't remember this. I guess this is probably a bonus track? I don't remember that. I think Iceberg Simpson is probably longer than Anonymous. This one I might have to try a couple times to get this right. Let's see here. Alright, and of course the music ended. Perfect, so it's silent while I do this. That's exactly what I wanted. That's really great. I'm very glad. I'm very happy. I gotta say, I probably shouldn't say it. I probably shouldn't say this. But I'm very happy that nobody has decided to donate using a fake joke name. Nobody's decided to donate using some sort of, I don't know, like the name of a famous criminal or something, or like, I don't know, like a evil corporation or something. I'm really glad that we all are mature enough not to do that. Because truth be told, if I were donating to myself, I don't know if I would be able to resist doing that. When I say we all, I mean everybody excluding me, I suppose, because I don't know if I could resist. Yes, thank you very much for the donation, for the donazione. I feel like I have to do something special. I feel like I gotta do something special when this is all over. I don't know, we've raised so much more money than I would have expected. I feel like I have to do, I don't know, I gotta do something special once we're all done. Once it's all over. Mate. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that guy was, but he's probably never coming back. I don't know who that guy was, but I don't think we're ever going to see him again. Anyway, I'm going to get up. I'm going to take a break. I will be back in 5 or so minutos. I gotta blow my nose. I gotta honk my little schnoz while I'm away. But yeah, I will be back in a few. Alright. Alright. Ooh, that was weird. Alright. The laundry is in the wash. A beverage has been acquired. The heater has been turned on. And all is right with the world. All is as it should be. All is as it should be in the kingdom of Alkemilia, where we reside. No, it would probably have a different name than that. I don't think it would be named after me. I think that would be nice if it was, but I think realistically it wouldn't be named after me. I don't think I can do that in good conscience. I think I'm gonna go back to, I don't think I want to listen to more Katamari music right now. I think I'm gonna go back to the whatchamacallit. The my own music. We do have to do, I don't know. I guess I can do quick and dirty additions to the tier list. I should probably do that before I forget. I should probably do that before I forget. Anyway. How do I do that? What is the best way to do that? Okay, there we go. That does it. Leaf mustard? What? Oh yeah, during this read through, or during this session of reading Homestuck, I think I did get one of my favorite single jokes that we've gotten so far. I don't know why it made me laugh so much, but I think it was a Dave prompt. There's a Dave prompt that pops up and it just says be the other guy. And then you click on it and it cuts to John and it says you are now the other guy. And for some reason that one got me really good. I don't know why, but that one made me laugh. That one made me do a hearty chuckle. I think it was just because it like came out of nowhere. Like I read the prompt and I was like, what the fuck does be the other guy mean? And then I clicked on it and I was like, oh, that's what it means. I was like, what the hell does this one mean? But that one was pretty good. I did also notice that that was a classic moment of getting fed up with the commands, because that one happened and it was really funny, and then the people submitting commands try to bring it back multiple times after that, and it's not as funny. That one's an older running gag? Okay. I see. I'm not familiar with that. But that one was good. Anyway, I guess we'll just go through the... No, we'll start with We'll start with Everlasting Love, because that leads into a couple songs that I like, so... Oh, your live log? Okay, that's what I thought it was. I don't remember the leaf mustard, though. I don't remember the context for that. I was about to say, if that was the original, then that would make sense why it was renamed. Wait, what is Introduction? I guess I have to put it on the list. We'll put Introduction in B. It's not offensive, but... I guess I'm gonna click around. Houston's one that I like. Yeah. I think Houston's a B. Blue Orb is an A. Katamari Holiday. I think Katamari Holiday might also be an A for me. Baby Universe is S, for sure. Baby Universe is definitely S. Some Big Savannah's F. Disco Prince is also S. Bluffing Damacy is B. B for Bluffing Damacy. Kudu Kudu Rock I think is D. Angel Rain is C. Which one's the Royal Academy of Katamari? Oh, it leads into a song for the King of Kings. I think we'll put Royal Academy. Put Royal Academy in A, and we'll put Song for the King of Kings in S. I also think it's funny that they called it Song for the King of Kings, because isn't that like Jesus? Isn't that what you call Jesus? I think that's already a guy. Which one is I Love You? Is that Everlasting Love? I think that must be a different translation of the name. They're getting launched at the convenience store? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, because Everlasting Love is not on here, but... I think Everlasting Love is probably an S, too. I do really... Oh, no, Everlasting Love is... It is on here. What is I Love You, then? This is not on the soundtrack. At least not the one I was listening to. Katamari on the Swing is S, obviously. Katamari on the Rocks arrangement, I think, is C. What is... Overture 2, I think, definitely belongs in A. Beautiful Star, I think, also gets an A. What the heck is I Love You? We love Katamari. I Love You. Oh, it's the lost unreleased bonus track. Oh, it's this one. We'll give that a D. I still like it better than Sunbaked Savannah. I still like that one better than Sunbaked Savannah, I gotta say. Anyway. I think that's where we're gonna fall on the tier list today. think that's where we're gonna fall on the tier list today. I don't feel like listening to more Katamari music. Right now. I don't know. I'm not sure how it stacks up. I think, I don't know. I said it has higher highs, but I'm not so sure about that. I think they might be about comparable in my mind. I think I might like the first game soundtrack a little bit better even. I don't know. I'm not sure. Alright, now I'm really feeling it. Now I'm really feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I don't know why. I don't know what just happened, but... You quite like how I like that too. It has sort of that 4-coma style a lot, but there's some pages that are like very creative with how the panels are laid out, and they're very beautiful. They don't happen too often, but every once in a while you'll get a panel layout that's like... I don't know, the author does some really interesting stuff every once in a while with the pages. You'll know what I'm talking about when you see it. I don't know if it will have happened quite yet, but... There's some really quite beautiful pages that are like... They do still have panel. It's not like a full page image, like a full page spread, but it does some really creative stuff with the paneling that I really like. Oh, that is what I'm talking about. Stuff like that. I guess that is the first time that it happens. I didn't remember it happening that early, but yeah, that is probably the first time that they do something like that. It's very good. It happens a handful of times throughout the manga, and I really like it. I don't know, when did we start tonight? I really don't remember what number we started at. I think it was 485k. Damn. I got an extra one again. Just barely not drinking on school grounds. Yeah, I thought that was really funny, but apparently that may have been a real thing in history. If you look it up, there's a type of pipe called a church warden. Like, the different shapes and styles of pipes have different names. There's one called a church warden. It's what Gandalf's pipe looks like. It's like a really long, like, low-down pipe. And that one's called a church warden. We don't know exactly why it's called that, but there's some speculation that it's called that because smoking was prohibited in churches. So what the church warden who's supposed to like look after like the kids that lived there or went to school there, what they would do is they would have the big pipe and they would stand by the window and they'd put the pipe out the window. They'd put the bowl out the window and smoke like that because they're technically not smoking inside the church. That might not be real, but it is funny to think about. About that? About what? About not drinking on school grounds? I skirted the law a lot in college. Now that I'm thinking about it. I did a lot of things I wasn't supposed to do back then. And just barely got away with it. It's kind of a miracle I didn't get in trouble at all. I did a lot of stupid shit. But I guess everybody did. I guess in the grand scheme of things, I was probably pretty low on the... I flew under the radar probably pretty easily. Yeah, the statue just does change. I think that says Tanoshimi, which is like having fun. She's having fun. I know that Tanoshi is fun or funny. So the statue and the inscription on it changes. That's pretty cool. I don't know if anything else changes in this stage, at least not that I've noticed. The animals don't seem to change, and the topiary doesn't seem to change. I think that might be the only thing that changes, but I don't know. I want to get a church warden one day. It would be a funny thing to have. I don't know if it would actually make for a very enjoyable smoking experience, but... it would make for a very aesthetic smoking experience. Maybe one day. Maybe one day when I get all that indie game money. Or all that streamer money. All that VTuber money. I don't know. It's not impossible. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. VTubulous fortune. Buried beneath the in the catacombs beneath the castle. I'll create my Spencer Estate style trap-filled mansion where I hide all of my VTuber fortune in the form of shiny gems and gilded chessboards. This feels like pretty good rolling music. I'm enjoying it. You know, Picture mentioned it the other day, but there's probably a lot of overlap between... I feel like the Tony Hawk game soundtracks might be good for Katamari. I feel like there's similar vibes between skateboarding and rolling the Katamari around. That would have been an interesting direction to take the series in. We didn't really elaborate on the idea, but it would be cool if, like... I like the sort of naturalistic feel of the Katamari levels, but it would be cool if there was, like, a subset of levels that was, like, designed more like a skate park or like an obstacle course or something. And again, you get a bit finer control over your Katamari. You can do tricks. That feels like a good direction to take a Katamari ripoff. It's sort of designed it like that. I think that would be unique enough. To justify its existence. Like, I don't know if you could ever be subtle about ripping off Katamari, but I think you could at least do something different enough that it feels like it was worth it. You could definitely experiment with the aesthetic a lot, for sure. The aesthetic is such a big part of the games that I feel like you could vary that up, and that alone would make it feel different enough. Speaking of, I saw another thing today that was just another blatant Balatro ripoff, which makes me very upset every time I see it. Like, it ripped off the UI completely. It uses the exact same font. It's, like, set up... I don't know. It's just so, like... It depresses me. I don't know how else to say it. It's depressing. Like, because when you're making, like, an indie game or whatever, like, you have free reign to do whatever you want. I feel like indie games are just, like... I don't know, or at least in my mind... They should be, like, the vanguard of... like, doing unique, interesting things. Big budget corporate shit has to be safe, because they gotta do the shareholders right, and they gotta make money. They can't afford to experiment too much. But when I see, like, an indie production, like, just being a blatant ripoff of something more successful, I'm like, come on, man. It's, like, legitimately depressing. Keep accidentally hooking your microphone on your headphones? What are you doing with your microphone? Or I guess it's probably the other way around. Are you wildly gesticulating while reading Shimeji Simulation and listening to my incoherent ramblings? I don't know. I guess to go back to what I was talking about, like, obviously you can do whatever you want, you know, like, far be it for me to tell you how to make your game, but that's sort of a little bit where the consternation comes from, is like, I would hope that you would want to make something that doesn't just look like a blatant ripoff of another game, but apparently a lot of people don't want that. Apparently a lot of people don't give a shit about looking like a blatant ripoff that has no shame. Which I would hope that you would care about that, but I can't make you care about it. I can't make you do anything. So... Oh, okay. I see. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a heck of a lot more sense. You mean you're not locked into your chair, completely wrapped with attention during the entire stream? I can't believe this. I hope that when my games come out, they're good. Actually, I take it back. Let's take a step back. I hope that my games come out. Let's start there. I guess I hope that my games come out. Let's start there. I hope they come out. I talk a lot of shit. I guess it's not really talking shit. It comes from a place of love. I don't mean to talk shit. I hope it doesn't come across that way. I don't believe it. I am horrified and shocked. Shocked, horrified, and in disbelief.
Oh my god.
Shocked, horrified, disgusted. Oh shit. Oh. Oh yeah, there is a new Dota hero being teased. There's some things happening in Dota. They're teasing a new hero. I worry. I worry about what will happen when they come out. It's been an extremely long time since Dota got an update. Or like a significant update. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, Restaurant Heaven. Which I think is misspelled several times, but... The next Dota hero is speculated to be the Frog Bard. Which, shockingly, Dota does not have a Bard character.
Oh my god.
Despite having like well over 100 heroes at this point, there's no music-based hero yet. I think it's misspelled in different ways. I think it's misspelled multiple times in multiple different ways. Funnily enough, from what I remember. Which is always funny, because I worry about, like, you know, including other languages in stuff that I write. But it's like, people include English and stuff all the time, then completely fuck it up, so what do I have to be worried about? Again, I hold myself to a much higher standard than I probably should. In many regards. No, Dota doesn't have any guest characters. I guess it kind of does in the form of costumes. And couriers. None of the heroes are guest characters, though. I guess it does kind of have that. As cosmetics. What would Eddie Riggs' kit be? I mean, I guess Doom does have a guitar. That's the closest we've got to a music hero. One of Doom's cosmetics is a guitar, so... We gotta play Brutal Legend at some point. I have it. I have Brutal Legend. I played that game when it came out, or like near when it came out. I don't remember if it's any good though. I kind of feel like it's not. It was a very strange game. I don't know why they decided to go with like a pseudo like RTS style. I don't think that really worked in the game's favor. I do vaguely remember that the game kind of starts out as a more straightforward action-adventure, and then it introduces like the RTS elements like a little ways in, and I'm like, why did they not just... Why didn't they just stick with what they had going in the beginning? Why didn't they just stick with something more simple? Tried and true. I guess I gotta give them credit for trying. I guess I gotta at least give them credit for trying, even if I don't really feel like they succeeded. Why did you screenshot this panel in particular? Why was that panel in particular worthy of a screenshot? It wasn't the devs. I did not know this. I didn't know there was a story behind it. I can't imagine the publisher. Was it EA that published it? I feel like it was a big company that published it. But I can't imagine that like the publisher was like, nah, this isn't gonna work. We need the RTS elements. If we want this game to sell, we gotta add the RTS elements. That's what's hot. Why not? I mean, that doesn't really answer my question, but... that's not really a counter. That's not a satisfying answer to me, but... I'm not saying you can't. I'm just wondering why you did. I need more roses. I need more rose power. My stomach is gonna start bulging soon. Because it's full of roses. Because it's filled with delicious roses. I guess that makes sense. I guess that's probably the answer I was expecting. Well, yeah, they take up so much space. I can't just let them go to waste. They take up so much space otherwise. I don't really want to switch stages, but I think I will. I'll just keep it up. What? Much like the smiley face posting, I feel like I'm becoming conditioned to get worried when people post, when people start thinking deeply about things, it starts to make me a little nervous. I don't know why. Oh. You're not sure how you feel about Alkemilia rose munching? Why not? Are you imagining me posing all sexy with a rose clenched in my mouth? Giving a sultry look towards the camera? That's a thing that people do, right? They hold a rose in their mouth and they try to look all seductive. That's not quite the same, but... not really? I didn't think so. Kind of want to go back to the ice level for a little bit. It's more the mention of stomach bulging? Ugh. That's lost to time. That's the secret dark Alkemilia lore that you're not supposed to know about.
Oh,
There may or may not have existed something involving stomach bulging at one point, but it's been banished. It's been memory holed to the darkness. You're not allowed to know about that. That may or may not have existed at some point in time. I'm not so sure how I feel about Alkemilia in general. Sometimes I'm not so sure how I feel about the stream in general. Not even in regards to anything specific, but just kind of as an overall thing, you know? Can I get this tenor without getting anything else? I can, because I'm the best. Because I'm the most powerful. Is this lady gonna fuck up my rose count? Oh, she certainly isn't. She certainly is not. You see? Don't do that. Don't see. Don't see things. Fuck. In fact, to better facilitate you not seeing things, look at that. Look at all the things you're not seeing right now. Or I guess don't look at them. I guess don't look at all the things that you can't see right now. Is what I meant to say. Oh yeah. There's nothing you cannot see? Uh-oh. That's not good. Although I guess having 4 eyes probably would do that. I guess having 4 eyes probably would greatly increase the amount of things that you could see. I'm not sure. Would it be twice as much? Would it be twice as much, or is it like exponential? Is it additive, multiplicative, or exponential? I guess it could be slightly less than twice as much. Again, depending on how these things shake out. Oh, okay. I would hope that you would put this power to good use, or at least not nefarious use. I don't know if you could necessarily put it to good use, but you could at least not abuse it, you know? I don't know. I'm feeling like I'm kind of in a bit of an emo mood again. Or lately. I don't know. I'm entering sort of like... I'm entering sort of like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm entering a weird state. The mind reading by way of mushroom contact is interesting. Unfortunately, that's not as big of an element of the series as you might hope. I also really like that as a concept, but it's not really a major element of the series. I feel like you could build an entire series on that idea, but that's not what Shimeji Simulation is about. It does go in a very interesting direction, and it does do a lot of things that you would hope that it does with its concept, but that, unfortunately, is not really expounded upon that much. I almost kind of wish it wasn't in the series, because I feel like it should be like a completely different series that's more about that. I don't know, I've never been to Louisiana, so I wouldn't know. God damn. I got comboed. I got frickin' combinated. I noticed that it's divided into parishes. That's definitely not normal. It's normally counties, not parishes. We don't have counts, though. We do have counties, but we do not have counts that rule over them. Which it seems like logically we should, but it doesn't work like that. It doesn't quite work like that. Yeah, there's more, apparently. There's another one that doesn't use counties, that uses something else. Interesting. It would make sense that Alaska's a little weird. It makes less sense that Louisiana is strange in that regard. Or non-conformist in that regard. don't know, I'm kind of surprised. I gotta say, I'm kind of surprised with myself. Despite kind of being like a very overly emotional creature a lot of the time. Besides that one stream, I haven't really had too much of a... I've kept it together throughout all of this. So I thought it was going to be a lot more trying in that regard, but I'm doing pretty alright. I think it's more, it might be like a, I don't know, it might be like a self-defense technique, you know, to keep it together. Because I know I've got so much more to go still. I thought it would be a time of deep reflection and that sort of thing, but I kind of have been, I don't know. I haven't really been doing that. At least not in the way that I thought I would. Oh yeah, I forgot about the cat stone. I think maybe I read that before that was revealed to me. I don't know. I feel like that's a relatively recent addition to the lore. I don't remember though. Maybe it'll happen once the stream, once the goal is met, once it's all over. Maybe then I'll enter a period of deep reflection, but I don't know. Oh, interesting. Do they look like cats? Is that why they're called that? Or do cats just like them a lot? Now that I think about it, there is one other thing in Shimeji Simulation. There is one other thing in Shimeji Simulation that I really like the concept of, that I wish was expounded upon more. It feels like something that, again, could be the basis of its own series, but it's not really delved into too much. But it's almost kind of better that they don't expound upon it. That's not until, like, the very end, though. Well, yeah, but still, that could mean either one, I don't know. It's the stone of the cat, but is it a stone of the cat because it looks like a cat? Or because cats like them? I don't know. I don't know the nuances of the Gaelic language to be able to tell. Oh, now I see. Now I see. I guess my question still stands. Do they look like cats, and do cats like them? Just incidentally? Oh. I wasn't skimming, I just can't read. Stop bringing up milk! Stop talking about milk in relation to me. Knock it off. Oh yeah. I bought some Chick-fil-A chips today. I bought some Chick-fil-A sauce flavored waffle chips today. I couldn't resist. I hope they're good. They probably will be. Unfortunately, I'm probably gonna like them a lot. I don't know, it's more than just Grinner. Grinner's one of the more prominent figures in that regard, but not the only. Also, it makes me, when you say alas like that, it makes me, I don't know if you really regret your actions. It doesn't really sound like it. I read that alas as very sarcastic. I don't know why. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm wrong, but... Skimmed milk is red? I think that might be, I don't know. I don't know if there's common color coordination when it comes to various types of milks. But I feel like I associate red with whole milk. I don't know if there's like a standards and practices, but I'm pretty sure I associate the color red with whole milk. I'll have to pay attention to that next time I'm at 2 different grocery stores, I guess. Use it in the same way other people say, oh well. So then you do not regret your actions. That's what I'm getting out of that. What I'm getting out of that is you feel no remorse over the damage you've inflicted. Alright. Good to know. Oh! I don't know. I do drink milk. I only like whole milk. I don't like any... I like my milk whole. I want to try raw milk, but I don't have really a good place to get that around here. It's very expensive. I don't have a good source for that. I would like to try it. There's a crisp color code as well? For what? What are the different delineations of crisp? How are they divided? Flavors? What are the standard color-coded flavors of chip? What happens if you have a non-standard crisp flavor? What do you do then? Do you get to decide on what color it is? Do you have to bring it to do you have to bring it to like the council? Do you like when the egg girl's eyes and glasses are also drawn like eggs? First of all, her name is Majime. And second of all, so do I. I think she might be my favorite character. I don't know why. I like the silly goober archetype when it comes to characters. I'm a big fan of the silly goober as a general character archetype. Ready salted, cheese and onion, or salt and vinegar. Two just different flavors. Green is cheese and onion or salt and vinegar. Brown is beef or otherwise meat. Okay. What about spicy flavors? Do they have spicy flavors over there, or are those not allowed? Did they ban those? What about like a jalapeno or like a buffalo? Those aren't allowed? It's England? What is that? Do they not like spicy stuff over there? Is spicy stuff banned in England? Prawn cocktail. We don't really do that. We don't really have the seafood flavors over here. I guess it depends on where you live. I feel like they're somewhat more common in the South. But still not very common. I know that's very popular in Asian countries. It's the prawn flavor chip. This is already more flavors than I was expecting. To have their own color. Okay. What time is it? Alright. I feel like I think time is being slow. I think the hype from the beginning of the stream is starting to slow down. Not that it was hype, I don't know. It definitely wasn't hype. I don't know. I think I might be entering a very introspective mood, but it's not, we can't be doing that. It's too soon for that. It's too soon for that. Let's play as Twinkle. Doesn't have a very unique idle animation, but...
Your Majesty?
Twinkle's kinda Christmassy themed, right? Kind of holiday coded. I don't know, I'm liking Twinkle more than I thought I would. I don't know if I've ever played as his cousin. I usually stick to my favorites. I have my main. I have my main and my secondary in We Love Katamari. My pocket character. I haven't explored the entirety of the roster that much, though. I like my nice safe picks. Oh, alright. Wait, hold on. Maybe this is the optimal route. Hold on. We can hit up every notable point of interest like this. Yes, the device. Yes, Tsukishima's sisters. She's the head of the Doohickey Corporation. She's the CEO of Doohickey Incorporated. It is a lot to take in. This is one of those things where it's like, you've given me a lot of information. I'm almost 100% positive that the next time it gets mentioned, I will have no idea what you're talking about. I'm almost positive that if this ever comes up on the stream again, it will be like I've never heard about it before. I might remember just the general fact that there's like a color coding system, but beyond that, I don't know if I'll retain any of this information. Well, prawn cocktail's pink, because prawns are pink, but like I said, if this comes up again on a future stream, for now I think I'm good. But I'm talking about like at some point in the future, maybe even tomorrow, I don't know. Just the mere fact of talking about how I won't remember it is probably going to do a little bit to help me remember. Getting prawns for my game of shellfish chess. That's gotta be a thing, right? That has to have been joked about before, or made. The mer people in sunken Atlantis playing shellfish chess with prawns and other puns, I guess. Seahorses as knights. I guess like a sandcastle works for a rook. Hold on, maybe we got something here. We got something here. Hold on. I don't know what a bishop would be. That one's kind of tough. See, sometimes you just can't get the dash to work. It is a very satisfying motion, but I can't say it's consistent. I was kind of going, I guess, just nautical themed. I abandoned the idea of shellfish and just went with general underwater creatures or objects. But no, I don't think seahorses qualify as shellfish. That's not what I was saying. I kind of moved on in my mind. Hold on, this fucking bastard. There we go. I didn't really express that out loud, but I'd shifted the goalpost in my mind. I'm sorry. I feel like that's another good little world building thing that, like, I don't see very often, or not enough. Come up with board games. Come up with board games and card games for your fantasy world. That's always fun. I saw something the other day. You know what? I gotta get up. I gotta put on some more music. I gotta take a piss. I'll talk about this when I get back. This is gonna be my teaser. This is gonna be my little teaser that I'll leave the stream with. That's very important. That's a very important streaming tactic to get people to maintain a captive audience. You gotta tease things that you're gonna talk about in the future. Because you're just such an interesting and charming person that nobody could possibly pass up wanting to hear your next little nugget of wisdom. Your next little golden droplet of honey that is your thoughts. The next succulent morsel that is my ideas and the things that I think about. But yeah, remind me to talk about what I was going to talk about when I get back, and I might possibly remember what that means. Remind me to talk about what I was going to talk about, and maybe I'll remember what that means. Oh yeah, the fish with names. That's one of those things, I encounter this every once in a while in a story where it's like, it's gotta mean something, you know? It feels very significant. Like, I don't know if I really fully understand, or really understand at all, the significance of the fish with names, but I feel like it's gotta mean something. You know? Like every once in a while you see something and you're like, I don't know if I get it, or I don't think I fully get it, but it's gotta mean more, you know? Like you have that subtle sense for symbolism or meaning, even if you don't know what the symbolism or the meaning is. You could tell that it's there. I kind of got that with the fish with names. I feel like there's got to be something deeper going on there. I don't know what it is, but it's something. Anyway, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna get up, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh shit. I didn't mute myself. Oh no. That's unfortunate. I hope you didn't hear that. It would be very embarrassing if you heard that. You know, that thing that I do when I get up for every break that I don't want anybody to know about. It would be terribly embarrassing if you heard that. So I hope you didn't. Hey Phineas, what's up? Don't look at me like that. Don't make that face at me. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to give any spoilers. I know that that's probably a rhetorical question, but I ain't giving out no spoilers. That's another thing that I like about Shimeji Simulation is I feel like it explains just enough. It gives you just the right amount of explanation for like the type of world and the type of story that it is. It explains just enough while leaving plenty to the imagination. And yes, her name is Shimajima. Tsukishima Shimajima, I think, is her name, which is a very fun name to say. I don't remember Majime's first name. Assuming I got Shimeji's name correct, which I may not have. Damn, I don't know what I want to listen to. This is hard. Picking good Katamari music isn't difficult. Did I say isn't difficult? I meant to say is difficult. I think I said isn't difficult. I meant to say is. It is difficult. Especially because I feel like my mood in general is kind of running... It's kind of running counter to the games. It's kind of running counter to the general mood of the games, but I don't know. I don't know if this was a good idea. I have no clue. I probably will never know. Did I, like, hurt myself? Why does my thumb hurt? Yeah, I'm bleeding. How did I do that? I somehow cut my thumb underneath my nail. What did I do? How did I do that? I'm bleeding, I guess. Alright. I don't know how that happened. That's cool. Yeah, I like the asparagus too. That I don't think has a deeper meaning, if I had to guess. That didn't make me feel like it was... I think that's just supposed to be funny. Marvel Tokon is ass. I don't have very strong opinions on this game that I've never played. Was there like a new beta or something that came out for it? Who's saying it's ass? What is the information about it that says it's ass? Oh yeah, have I complained about the YouTube auto dub thing? Can I complain about that? That just reminded me, because that was one of the first videos that I saw it on. Was a Marvel Tokon video. I'm sure you've probably heard everybody complain about this already, but the new YouTube auto dub thing is fucking horrible. Is there something new? Okay. I mean, I don't really play fighting games. I just talk about playing them. I wish I played them, but I don't really. Yeah, it was a Tokon video that I watched, and YouTube has this feature where they auto-dub video. Like, if a video is not in your language, like if you watch videos primarily in English and you watch a video that's like a Japanese video or something, and the creator has no control over this, it's just something that YouTube decides. It'll auto-dub it with AI. And put AI voices over it. But the weird thing about it, yeah, it freaked me out because it fucks up the audio quality. Like, it's not like normal audio quality, but with like AI voices over it, it like completely fucks up the quality and it sounds super weird. I remember, like, I watched the video, and when it started, I was like, are my headphones fucked up? Like, is there something wrong with my headphones? Is my computer broken? Like, what's happening? Why does it sound so weird? But no, it was the auto dub. I've been thinking about that a lot. Yeah, it's like listening to a video inside a bottle. It's very jarring. But it was especially weird in the Tokon video because, like, it was auto-dubbing, like, the characters' lines in the game. Like, it wasn't like it had commentary over it that was auto-dubbed. It was, like, trying to translate the line, like, the random lines of the characters say during a match. So, like, I didn't even hear the auto-dub voice for, like, because it wasn't, there was nobody talking at the beginning of the video for a while. So it just sounded like the audio quality was super fucked up, and I was like, what's happening? But yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot lately. YouTube is just so overrun with like AI generated ads and shit. It's either AI generated ads for random products that probably don't actually exist, or Google advertising like Gemini or like a Nano Banana or whatever the fuck. And it's like, I kind of want to pay for YouTube Premium to not have to see all these AI ads, but then I would be directly supporting Google, the company that's pushing all of the AI on me. So I feel kind of fucked. I guess the real solution is to just not watch YouTube anymore, but that's hard. You wouldn't notice? I mean, I get ads on mobile whenever I watch stuff on mobile. I have an iPhone. I don't know how to block ads on mobile on an iPhone. Am I allowed to do that, or can I not do that? Is that technology? Do I have the technology to do that or not? I don't know. I'm too weak. You have a pretty good ad blocker and never watch anything on mobile? Well, my problem is exclusive to mobile, so that doesn't really help me, but thank you. Me too! Except I do watch things on mobile. I'll have to look into ad guard. I don't know, like anything AI related, there was a time when I thought it was kind of funny. It's not funny anymore. It used to be kind of funny, but now it's not funny anymore. It was funny when I was getting the YouTube AI ads for like cock pills. It was always like some AI generated woman just being like, after I bought my boyfriend these pills, his cock is so massive. I experience so much pleasure and so much cum inside me. It's amazing. Except they would have to like skirt around saying the words that I just said. They would have to use like euphemisms. I don't know. It was a very weird subset of ads that I was getting for a while. And that was pretty much that was the last hurrah of when I thought it was at least somewhat entertaining. I'm not a Twitch watcher. I don't watch Twitch, not even on mobile. We've been over this. I don't think we are going to utilize AI in game development. I'm certainly not going to use it at all, and Picture tried using it and didn't really like it. Picture used it to sort of like get ideas for like how to code something. Like there was something that he was like, I don't know how to do this like at all. So I asked, like I plugged it in to like get like a base for the code. And then he was like, it kind of helped, but I ended up having to rewrite all of it anyway. Like, it didn't really square with what I already had or, like, how I write code. So he kind of had to rewrite everything anyway. So he was like, I guess it kind of helped, but, like, not really. I don't know. You'll have to ask him. But I don't plan on using it at all. Certainly not for any of the artwork. I'm very staunchly anti-AI. I'm not really willing to make any concessions in that regard. There isn't really boring, repetitive stuff when it comes to game dev, though. I'm kind of starting to realize. Everything that you do kind of requires at least a little bit of thought or, like, intention behind it, if that makes any sense. Or maybe we're just not at that point yet because we're rank amateurs, but... I don't know. There's not really anything about it that feels especially boring or repetitive. We want to do something with game vlogging or game dev vlogging at some point, but we're not quite there yet. Yeah, there's a girl with an octopus sister. The girl with the octopus sister is one of those things that it's like... Just don't think about that too hard. The more you think about it, the worse it gets. So maybe just don't think about it. They're gonna forget this quote when they do the 2023 Alk call-out post. Look, I'm very upfront about that. That was a mistake. I'm very open about that. There was a time when I thought the AI image generation was very funny. That was when I was still getting the irony poisoning out of my system. That was when the last drops of irony poisoning were bleeding out of my body. I thought the image gen was pretty funny for a while. But then it slowly started to not become funny anymore. Then I saw it being used more seriously, and I was like, I don't think I could be a part of this even ironically. I very much regret doing that. I kind of have half a mind to go back through the back catalog and redo the thumbnails for everything that was AI generated, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to erase history like that. I think it will keep me more humble if I leave it as a reminder. Okay, maybe not the last drop. I don't know if I can safely say that I'm fully free of the irony poisoning, but I think I'm relatively free of it. I think I'm mostly free of the irony poisoning. How is that like emu? What did I say? What did I say that was emu coded? Don't say that about me. That's a serious insult right there. There's not much that you could say to or about me that I think would get me legitimately upset. That's a real insult right there. But what if emu is hot? What's this one? Yes, I do remember that. I have a couple I forget what I screenshotted. You're gonna have to audit me. You're gonna have to audit me on what I screenshotted in Cemenci Simulation, because I don't remember. I've got a few. I definitely took pictures of, I probably should have taken more, but I took pictures of a lot of the The landscapes. The environments and the wide shots and the landscapes in that series are truly inspiring to me. I really, really like the environmental art in Shimeji Simulation. That was probably my favorite part about it, like from an artistic standpoint. What if Emu's hot? I'm still on the Emu's body is just a dark silhouette. I think that's pretty much confirmed at this point. I don't think there is going to be a reveal of what Emu actually looks like, because I think Emu just looks like that. I think that's like the joke. I feel like that's basically confirmed at this point with how much we've seen them and like what they can do. If Emu does have a real body, I think it's probably like being contained in like cryo sleep somewhere. I don't know. I don't think it's like, I don't know. I don't think it's just going to be like a normal reveal. I think there's going to be like, there's either going to be a twist, or there's going to be a twist that you don't expect, or there's going to be no twist. And I'm kind of leaning on no twist at this point. Who's Emu? It's a One Piece thing. Don't worry about it. It's a One Piece thing. If you ever hear me and Seamus talking about something that you don't, and you have no idea what we're talking about, it's almost 100% One Piece related. Being evil makes you ugly, being corrupt turned Emu into a blob. I think it might have to do with the devil pack. I think it might have to do with whatever the true nature of their power is. I think it has to do with that. Like, they had to sacrifice their physical body, or like the reason that they're immortal is because they literally, like, they don't have a physical body anymore. It could be that they ate like the abyss fruit and they're literally made of the abyss now, and that's why they look like that. I don't know. It could be any number of things, but yeah, I'm very much on the side of like, they're not even a human anymore at all. I kind of have a feeling that it's going to be something that we can't predict because it's going to be very unique. I think it's going to be one of those things that's going to be near impossible to predict because I think it's going to be like a one-of-one situation. Whatever's going on with Emu, I think is like very specific to them. So I think it's going to be really hard to predict what's going on. Yeah, I don't think the Godosei have devil fruits. I think their powers are given to them by Emu. I forget. I had kind of like an idea of how I thought it worked, but I don't remember exactly what it was. Because like all of the forms that they take are like of demons. So I think that, like, you know, Emu has like the Satan equivalent devil fruit and like turns them into demons. Like, their power is purely born from Emu. And by that same token, Emu sort of doesn't really exist as a human anymore. They're like the next step in that process. Or whatever. I mean, again, I feel like that's basically confirmed now with what we've seen of the Pact. With what we've seen of the Sea Pact, I think that's like kind of basically it's like soft confirmed that that's how it works. Like, the deep, deep sea pact is what gives you... The abyssal pact is what lets you get one of those transformations. Now, the real question is, how do we decide what you turn into? When Garling gets his transformation, is he going to be like the evil spider, like Saturn was, or is he going to be a different thing? That remains to be seen. Crocs, my beloved. I know, this whole flashback has been a real roller coaster of emotions. I truly am in awe of how efficient Oda is at storytelling. He really, really is incredibly efficient at it in a way that I don't know if I've ever seen before. The fact that he was able to build up rocks in the way that he did, and then completely subvert your expectations in a way that was more satisfying and makes more sense than what you were expecting is like... It's master level. It's beyond master level. It's like ascended tier. I don't think Son Goku did play us for a damn fiddle. I think Son Goku got played like a fiddle. We only got played like a fiddle by proxy. We're just another victim of the victor's writing history in much the same way that Son Goku was. Because he wasn't there. He didn't see what happened. He was just a rookie back then. He still didn't know. And he maybe still doesn't know. You like Sumida? I like Sumida a lot too. I mean, I like all the characters, honestly. I think I would give favorite character to Sumida if it wasn't... If I didn't like Majime so much. If Sumida got more screen time, I think she might take it. But... there's just not enough of her for me to confidently say that. It was also a little bit disappointing to me because I imagined Sumida as having like pinkish red hair, and she does not have pinkish red hair, and that was somewhat disappointing. But I do like Sumida a lot. I like Miss Mogawa a lot. It probably goes Majime #1, then Miss Mogawa, then Shimijima-san, and then Sumida. But it's all they're all neck and neck. They're all real close to each other. Imagine, why do you keep comparing me to the villains? Why do you keep comparing me to the villains? I think that's why I reacted so strongly to being compared to Emu. I don't want to... Don't compare me to... I get triggered when I'm compared to villains. I don't want to be viewed as a villainous person. I mean, I'm not against green hair, but I just imagined it as like a lighter red or like a pinkish color. I also imagined Mogawa's hair as being blonde, but I think it's pink, which I'm not sure how I feel about. I'm not answering any questions, by the way. I'm not going to answer any questions. Just read it. I'm a bat. Bats aren't necessarily evil. I think they are more often portrayed as negative than positive, though. You do have the one example of the hero bat, and it is a very strong example, but I don't know if that's enough. Oh yeah, I don't think you were here, Seamus. I don't think you were here when I was looking up the word bat in Japanese. This was I re-looked up the word bat in Japanese on the stream. It was on the screen too. I was looking at my screen while streaming. No, it's komori. Komori is bat. But apparently it's a synonym for, like, a turncoat or a traitor in Japanese. Apparently that is, that's one of the synonyms for bat in Japanese. When you want to call somebody a traitor, you call them a bat.
Nani?
You've heard that before? I'd never heard that before. I didn't know that. I am not the bestie betrayer, okay? Don't say that about me. I am not a duplicitous creature. Your questions here are rhetorical? Alright.
Called off.
I mean, I figured I wasn't gonna answer them either way. I figured, but... I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I feel like when I have asked rhetorical questions here in the past, you have answered me, Grinner, but I don't know. I might be wrong about that. Oh, you're very forthcoming with information like that. But it's probably just an eagerness to share. I'm not the bestie betrayer. I came out to my friends tonight, okay? I let my longtime childhood friends know that I am, in fact, a VTuber. I don't know what they're gonna do with this information, but they're now aware. I don't know how that will affect my future, but... Also, I picked Violet because I wanted to... Her idol animation looked kind of weird. Yeah, she's like... floating a little bit. Stop it. Stop it. That's where all of tonight's donations, I think, have come in from. Is people that I know IRL. Or people that I've known, my childhood friends, I guess. I don't like using the term IRL. I'm trying to come up with synonyms for that, but I don't like using the term IRL to describe them because... I don't know, this is real life. I don't think this is, like, not real. Using IRL to describe, like, the connections that I've made with people online is, like... It feels legitimately disrespectful. Because it's not like this isn't real life. It's just as real as anything else. I was really nervous about it. I've yet to see any repercussions to it. But I don't know. There will be? Don't say it like that. That's not making me feel any better. Yeah, I figured that's all it was, Brenner. I also have a bad habit. I mean, I guess it's because I'm streaming, but I have a bad habit of, like, asking questions that I don't want the answer to. If I ever ask a question that could like lead to a spoiler or something like that, or like the solution to a puzzle, and I'm not very explicit about like I want you to tell me, then don't tell me. Because I'm probably just thinking out loud. Or if, like, you know, if you are gonna say something that you think is a spoiler or could be a spoiler, just like double check before you say it. If you remember. I mean, like, I don't really care that much. I'm not gonna, like, get mad at anybody. I'm not trying to be out here, like, getting mad at people. That's not really my style. I don't know. I think I do share quite a bit. I can't really think of anything more that I could share. I can't really think of anything more that I could share that would be, like, appropriate. I don't know. I think it's good to maintain, like, a certain level of distance between yourself and others. I think there's very few people that you can trust to be totally open with. And I feel like I've sort of made that. I feel like I've been more open with certain people that I've encountered than I should be. I feel like I've probably been more open with the chat and the stream in general than I should be. But it's kind of too late for that now. That's kind of part of my brain. So... 1/5 of the main characters have and Homestuck? Are you talking about Homestuck? I don't know what else you would be talking about, but that kind of came out of nowhere. We weren't talking about that. Is that what you're referring to? I don't remember the name of the crush. I never knew their address, and I don't remember their name, and that's not me. I'm not making that up. I legitimately don't remember. I've said this before, and it is real. I swear I have some sort of, I have like undiagnosed, untreated trauma from my college experience. I've blacked out like 90% of the information from those years of my life. I don't remember anything. You ask me names, you ask me dates, you ask me specifics, I legitimately cannot tell you, because I do not remember. It's all gone. Or like 90% of it is gone. Is it from the trauma or the drugs? Probably a little bit of both. A little of column A, a little of column B. They kind of fed into each other, I feel like. I don't know if there's a real clean separation there, I gotta say. It's John, 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 and John. Is that a spoiler? I guess don't answer that question. I guess maybe don't answer that. No, I don't admit that. I don't think I even remotely implied that. I don't think I even remotely implied that. But no, that did not happen. That never happened. I don't know if I can handle an orgy. If I was given the opportunity to participate in an orgy, I think I would probably say yes and then regret it. I think I would probably say yes and then at the end of it be like, that was horrible. That was the worst thing I've ever done. That was very embarrassing. I was the worst at sex. And everybody knows it now. That was the single biggest spoiler you've given so far? Fuck. Hey, Minty, what's up? What's going on over there? Are you okay? You want me to stretch? That's a weird suggestion. From you, at least. I don't know if I've ever gotten a request to stretch, but I guess so. I can try. Ooh, I think I did need to stretch. Hold on. Okay. I would say yes out of the social contract to be polite. Probably. I don't know, there was something I was gonna say in reaction to that that I don't really know how to phrase it properly. I don't really know how to phrase it properly. Now that I'm thinking about it, I probably shouldn't phrase it at all. I'm not doing that. It's the opposite. If anything, it's the opposite. It's chat members hitting on an unsuspecting elk. Minty's body? What are you talking about? Okay, don't do things like that to me. I don't know what the plan was there, but don't, like... Please don't do anything to erode my already tenuous grasp on reality. Please do not do anything to loosen my already very tenuous grasp on reality. Thank you. How do I put this? As an already very conspiracy-minded person, don't do anything that will force me further down that rabbit hole. I have a grasp on reality? Barely. The tips of my fingers are touching reality, I think. Maybe it's a bit presumptuous to call it a grasp, but it is something. It's a vague sensation of reality. I have the vaguest sensation of reality. I'm touching tips with reality, but that's about it. No, I'm not getting... I know I'm not getting gang stalked. It's not that bad yet. See, that's what I'm talking about, Minty. It did seem like a very Bedman-coded way of talking. And I started to think that, and then you reinforce that thing. I started to think that, and I was like, that's stupid. That's a dumb thing to think. And then you reinforce that. You reinforce that line of thinking, and it was not good. I didn't like it. I didn't like where my mind started to go after that. But yes, the Majimam is very powerful. I will say, part of the reason why I like Majime so much, I almost said this before, part of the reason why I like Majime so much is because she has a mom that she gets along with. Which I always find very cute. The Majimam is very charming, but she doesn't have enough screen time for me to, like, put her in the character rankings as her own character. So... she kind of gets rolled into my perception of Majime. Now that I think about it, though, a game about gang stalking would be very funny. I don't know what would be funnier, though. A game where you have to gang stalk someone and not be detected, or a game where you are being gang stalked and have to determine the truth. No, a game that's not about gang stalking but the main character does get gang stalked. And it's up to you, the player, to notice it. It's just weird gang stalking related things that happen to you over the course of the game to make the player feel like they are legitimately going crazy. That's probably the best and funniest implementation of that idea. To replicate the experience of being gang stalked in the game, and then have people posting on forums like, I keep seeing red cars pass me. There were 15 red cars that just passed me on the highway in the game. Is that weird? And then other people being like, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. It's just a coincidence. Stop it, Minty. Alright, I'm behind on the chat. Hold on. What is this one? I'm not going to comment on that one. Got out of a big multiplayer group consisted of 90% god-awful Swedish netcode and 10% incredibly tilted Left 4 Dead 2 style verses. I don't know what that game is. Oh yeah. The Shimejima child. Oh, Vermintide. That game got like an update recently, right? I never really played that game. Oh. Psychological horror game from the POV of your stalkers. I don't know, this doesn't look very promising. Also, it's funny that you should say Chaos Head, Seamus, because I was literally, the next thing that I was going to say was that feels like a great arc for a side character in a visual novel. I can imagine a character in like 999 or like Subahibi, like, going on a wild tangent about how they're being gang stalked and like explaining it in detail. And then, you know, you read that and you're like, ah, that person's crazy. They have no idea what they're talking about. And then 40 hours later, it comes back as like a major plot element. I gotta read Subahibi. Subahibe? What is it? What's the actual name? I have it. Subahibi. Subara Shikihibi Furenzoku Sonzai. I read a bunch of it, but I never finished it. It was a little bit too intense for me at the time, but I gotta get back to it. I gotta get a Steam Deck so I can read visual novels in bed. Then I'll finally achieve the apex of my power. I guess my thoughts about the gang stalking game are... My thoughts about the gang stalking game are that you can't have a game that's about gang stalking because the whole concept of being gang stalked is that you're not sure if it's happening to you. If you have a game literally called Gang Stalk, there's not really any question as to your sanity. It's kind of confirmed from the get-go that you are, in fact, being gang stalked. Which I think somewhat defeats the purpose. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's just kind of my feeling on the matter. The game stalking gang? I don't know what that is. The heebie-jeebies. Be like a nice Easter egg theory. Yeah, that's kind of... I feel like it kind of has to be... It kind of has to be one of those things that's like never outright confirmed, but there's enough... If you pay attention, there's enough evidence that it's like... I could see it. If you're going to try and have like a conspiracy theory in your game or your story, whatever medium you choose to express it through, if you're going to try to have a conspiracy theory in it, then you can never actually confirm the theory. If you want to really capture that feeling, you can never actually explain it. You know? You can provide evidence for it, and you yourself, the author, can like... You can say like, yeah, this is what's really going on, but you can't ever confirm that for the audience. Which I do kind of have an idea for a story like that, and now it's kind of like making me rethinking about... It's kind of making me rethink like how it actually would play out. Yeah, the plushies are very cute. I don't know how I feel about you live blogging this. Because it's making me want to talk about stuff, but I can't do it. You might have to ask me for help coming with theories for the conspiracy theorist character. I don't know how I feel about being typecast. I don't know how I feel about being the conspiracy theorist consultant. But I'm down for it. It depends on what kind of angle you're going for. You gotta tell me how you want, like, what do you want the character to be viewed as? What's your idea of how the audience is supposed to... What are they supposed to think when they see this character? Because that's probably going to influence what kind of conspiracy theories I choose. That's probably going to influence what sort of inspirations I think of. It might also lead me further to research conspiracy theories that I've consciously avoided. But if I can do it as a research... If I can do it as a research, as a consultant, then that would be my excuse. Would I like to be typeset? What does the Alkemilia typeset look like? If I were a font, If I were a font, what would I look like? Would I rather be typecast as a villain or a conspiracy theory consultant? Definitely, I mean, I guess I'm not being... I guess I am a conspiracy theory consultant. Just based on what I choose to talk about on the stream. I guess I kind of already... I kind of already do that. The fake moon is actually real. That's one of the conspiracies that I'm not super on board with. There's a lot of people that believe space is fake. Just completely. It's like some sort of demiurgic illusion, I guess. I think these people also tend toward the overly religious. I think they also trend towards the extremely religious camp, but according to some people, space is just not real. Anyway, I really have to piss. I'll be back in 2 seconds. All right. Fake moon wouldn't be applicable for such purposes. Said character lives on a planet without the moon. Yeah, but they could think that other planets don't exist. It doesn't have to be the moon. It could just be like, they don't believe that anything outside of their own sphere of reality exists, and it's all a psyop. You know? That would be sort of like the in-universe equivalent of that idea. You know? Smooth, mild serifs, and tight kerning. I see. Just barely incorrect about many real conspiracies. I think probably the starting point here would be to take the real conspiracies and then figure out how they would apply to your world. Or I guess the Homestuck world. I guess would be step number 1. No, that's a little... See, that Minty, that's too far. That's not barely incorrect. That's too much. I feel like the idea here is, like... The idea here is, like, almost reasonable. Like, most of what they say sort of like makes sense, or like you could generally agree with, but then like they take that extra step and it's like, okay, well now it doesn't make any sense. Now you've lost me. Yeah, I guess because it's not our world, the first step would be just like a general overview of the history of the world and the power structures and all that kind of thing. Power structures are incredibly important to conspiracy theories. That's kind of really what most of them come back to. What are the power structures? Who's in control of the information? That kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Because pretty much every conspiracy theory is born from the idea of we don't know about this thing, or the people in power are not telling us about this thing, or like it's all about information and who has access to it. Big important guy died gruesomely. I mean, that's also the basis of most real-world conspiracy theories, too. I think that's probably what the character should be based on. That's pretty much every conspiracy theory right there already, or a good chunk of them. Damn, I don't know how much longer I want to go for. I kind of want to keep streaming forever. I kind of want to never stop streaming. Yeah, big important guy is actually alive. That's pretty easy. Either that or big important guy didn't die in the way that you thought that they did. Whatever reason, however they died or however it was said that they died isn't how they actually died, you know? I think another good conspiracy angle that you could go with is, I don't know, the obfuscation of information, I'll say. I think probably, how do I put this? I've been keeping up with the Epstein files. There's a lot of crazy shit that's been happening. There's a lot of weird things that have been happening while the Epstein files are being declassified. There are many distractions from that are going on. So I think that's probably a big element of conspiracy theory as well. There's a lot of false flag operations and psyops that are implemented to make you not think about the thing that you should be thinking about. Big important lived gruesomely? I mean, maybe. We don't know. I guess probably the best advice I can... If this is kind of where the story is going, if these elements are already in it, then I guess just look up, just do some research on Epstein and what's going on with that right now. And I think that'll probably give you a lot of relevant inspiration. I think you'll probably get a lot of material to work with there. The company rations has people in it? Oh. I don't know. Don't start getting me going off on conspiracy theories. It's too late for that. Or maybe it's just late enough. I don't know.
Called off.
Maybe it's just late enough.
Called off.
Oh, we're in the same level. Okay, whatever. I'm fine with that, though. I like this one. Pets, robots, plants. Plants? You mean like government plants? Conspiracies. I want a pet. I don't have any pets right now. I'm not in a position where I can have any pets either, unfortunately. But... that's one of my main motivating factors. That's one of my main motivating factors to, like, make money and, like, be successful, is that it would allow me to have a pet. Which is something that I've wanted for a very long time. But I've not been in a situation where I can do that. I was very demotivated to, like, improve my living conditions and, like, be on that CEO grind set. But there's quite a few things that I can think of now that would be improved by that. I'm not a very money-oriented person. Again, despite acting like a gold digger who only cares about monetary wealth, I don't really. You know, if you'd be capable enough to care for a pet rock, I feel like I'd be the opposite. If I had a pet, I would devote so much time to it. Just because I've wanted one for so long. It would probably become, like, my #1 concern. It would probably be, like, the only thing that I care about. There's gotta be, like, half a dozen conspiracy theories about nukes. There's actually not really. There's actually really not many conspiracy theories about nukes. Or I guess there's those, but those are kind of stupid. That one sounds stupid. It's usually the most technology related conspiracies is about like 0-point energy. Or like Tesla's like free energy concept that he was executed for because of like oil interests. It's more shit like that. Usually when it comes to technology related conspiracies, it's more about like we know about all of the evil shit and it was all of the good shit that got suppressed. When it comes to technology, it's more about like evil won, and anything that could like improve the life of the common person was suppressed. Like Ford came up with like super efficient engines that like ran on water or something, but then they were like, nah, that doesn't make as much money. So they didn't go with that. It's more about like anybody who doesn't toe the line gets black bagged. And just like the general concept of like this is not my choice of terms. This is just the terms they use. But like Black Ops, the black world and the white world. The white world is like all the technologies that we know about that are readily available. Readily available. And the black world is like all of the secret hidden technology that we don't know about. Anything that exists in the white world that's like freely available, that like the people know about, is like at least a few decades behind, you know, the secret military tech that they don't tell you about. The military drives a lot of technological innovation. And they have the most advanced shit out there, and you're not allowed to know about it. Yeah, that's a good idea. That makes sense. Oh, I'm starting to get pretty tired. don't know. I'm entering another weird headspace. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That does happen, doesn't it? They do talk about the Bible. The Bible. I think that probably makes more sense, though. Take the real events and then work backwards. Fuck, there's one book. There's one book that they talk about in Shimeji Simulation that I had not heard of it before that. And I looked it up and I was like, I kind of actually like, kind of really want to read this. This sounds really interesting. But I can't remember what it was. I don't know. I've just been reduced to a rose collecting creature. I guess that's all I really have to care about. I'm just a function for collecting roses right now. That's what I've been reduced to. Oh no. I can feel it. I can feel the deep thoughts coming. I can feel the deep thoughts worming their way into my psyche. Yes, they do talk about No Longer Human. Good book. I would recommend it. I think I'm due for a reread on that one. I think I'm due for a reread on that one now that I am less depressed than when I first read it. It is a very depressing book. You may be attracted to it and want to read it while you yourself are in a depressed state, but I don't know if I can recommend that. It might be a little bit hard to handle. I have a quote Hold on, do I still have it here? I added it as an image a long time ago. Let me see if it's still in the databanks here. I added a quote from No Longer Human at some point. Is it still in here? Is it still somewhere deep in the databanks? No, I don't see it. It was a quote that hit me very hard. It hit me very personally when I saw it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I don't know, I think maybe this album was, it's maybe a bad idea. This may be too much for me in this moment. It's maybe too much for me to handle. I don't know. I don't know if there really is anything that's like too much for me to handle on the stream anymore, though. I do really feel like I gotta apologize sometimes. For doing this to you. For inflicting this upon you, the unsuspecting viewer. Whatever this is. Whatever this thing is supposed to be. It's probably too much. It's probably not appropriate. It's probably not okay, but I can't help myself. I don't really have a vision. I don't really have a vision for what the stream is supposed to be. I don't know if you could tell, but I'm just kind of figuring it out. I'm just kind of plodding along and figuring it out as time goes on. There's no real grand plan or vision here. I don't even know what this is supposed to be. I have no idea what this stream is supposed to be. What this whole event is supposed to be. Doesn't really make any sense to me either. But I don't know, maybe it does make sense to me. I think I might be crossing a threshold. I might be making a breakthrough. I think maybe I just had a minor breakthrough in my mind. I don't know. What is this? Yep. I gotta go read Girl's Last Tour. Maybe I'll do that once I'm done with Homestuck in 15 years. I've only seen the anime, I've never read the manga, but I'm very curious to read it now. Homestuck's Last Tour. Shut up. Don't say that. I don't know, I think maybe I do know what this stream is about, actually. I think I might be having a moment of terrible clarity. I do know what the stream is about. At least in a general sense. Or maybe a very selfish sense. I know what it's about. I don't think I can say it out loud, though. Does a stream count as like a form of artistic expression? I feel like maybe it does. I don't want to color perceptions of my work like that. I don't want to tell you what to think about it. You gotta come to your own interpretation. So I don't think I can say it. I think I can talk about it. He still doesn't have anything new to say, huh? That's very disappointing.
Called off. Called off.
Kutsundus. Kutsundus. Yes. Kutsundus. Yes. Hello.
That's a good one.
Yes.
That's a pretty good screen cap.
Kutsundus. Hello. Yes. Kutsundus. Yes. Yes.
I think that probably does it for tonight, though. I don't think I can keep going. I want to. I want to keep streaming, but I think I've hit my limit. I think I'm tapped out. I think I'm zapped. I think I'm done. I don't think I can go anymore. All right. We gotta cover our bases. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you all had a good time. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you had fun. I hope you were able to get something out of this. I hope you were able to I don't know. I guess that's about it. I guess that's about all I have to say. I hope you were able to get something out of this. I hope you gained something out of whatever this is. Whatever this might be. I don't know. I think I do just have to go to sleep. This is one of those moments. This is one of those many moments where it's like I feel like I have so much that I want to say. I feel like I got so much that I want to get out that it's stifling. I'm buried. I'm destroyed. I'm annihilated. I can't do it. I can't do it. But yeah, thank you for being here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I am truly eternally grateful for everybody who watches the stream. For anybody who has watched the stream, is watching the stream, will watch the stream in the future. It really does mean the world to me. And I hope you enjoy it too. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I still have to roll up like 1,000,000 more roses. I still have to roll up like 500 trillion more roses. So I don't understand what I'm getting so broken up about. I don't understand what I'm getting so worked up about. I still have to do this shit for like 500 quintillion more hours. So I don't know. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace out.